Okay, everyone, we are back at it today. First things first, I really need to express my gratitude. Just how overwhelmed I am about how well my video about the PvP eternaland did. I actually didn't get very much sleep last night because I stayed up literally just staring at the analytics on that video. As I got, more and more views, we got over 400. We're actually about to hit 500. We got like 5 new subscribers off of that video. Just everything is really, really turning out well because of it. And I'm just really, really excited. And I just couldn't stop. So first things first. If you're watching the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's going to really help me grow this channel, going to really help me continue to do some of the community-focused things I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be building out this island right here specifically for PvP content, right? Making sure that everybody has the ability to have somewhere to come and do PvP. Even if you're on a PvE server, you can come PvP here, as long as you're on an NA server. Right? This is eternalands are region specific, but if you're on an NA server, use the island code in the description of this video or a number of my other videos, and bring yourself here in PvP. I don't have to be online. You don't have to wait for my permission. It is open to the world. The only time I'll ever close this eternaland down is during tournaments. I will disallow anybody from joining who's not a part of the tournament. And then during resets, because I'll have to reset, loot boxes and different stuff that I'll have set up for the tournaments. During that time, I won't let anybody in, so that I can go about resetting the environment for each round of the tournament. And actually later today I'm putting out a video calling for people to sign up. We're gonna have a 1v1 tournament, well, not a 1v1 tournament, but a free-for-all tournament, a solo tournament. And I've got a really cool idea for the rule set. I just need to make a Discord for it, put out a special video for it, and invite people to come sign up. But what we're going to do is I'm going to put crates all over the map, and I'm going to put different tiers of fish in them, and everybody's going to start from the beginning point that you normally start from. When you come onto the island, right, you normally start right here where the cursor's at, and everybody's going to start there, and everybody's respawn point is going to have to be set there. And then I'm going to build like a big fence around this area and say, okay, within this fenced area, no PvP, right? Don't shoot anybody. And I'll be there, so if somebody does shoot somebody, I won't be there, but I'll be watching, right? I'm going to put myself up in the sky or something, and I'm going to fly around in observation mode and watch people and live cast the event. But so everybody will start here, everybody will respawn here every time they die, and then I'm going to put crates just all over the map. And the further the crate is from this respawn point, and the more difficult the crate is to get to, I'm going to put higher and higher tier fish in the crates. And they're going to be worth different points. And then at the end of the round, we'll say maybe like a 15-20 minute round, at the end of the round, however many fish you've got equals your points, and then we'll take like the 4 people with the highest points from each round, and then we'll put them together in a final round to determine, the winners. And then I'll come up with something. I'll make some food or something here in Eternaland, and that'll be what the prize is. So that you can either sell that food for astral sand, or you can or you can use it, right? If you want to stick around in PvP, you'll have all kinds of resources. Maybe I'll make a bunch of random stuff that you might need for PvP in eternaland, and that'll just be how it goes. So the first things first, we're gonna build an entire. These rocks were cool because they were glowing, but honestly, this isn't it. So instead, we are going to won't you let me destroy this rock? There we go. Instead, what we're going to do is we are going to create a maze all inside of this cave. We're going to use all kinds of different lights and stuff like that. Different color lights, red, green, yellow. Maybe break it into different zones. First things first, though, obviously you can't see on stream, and I can't see what's going on. We need to light this place up. And so we're going to have to do that with some furniture. And we're just going to break out these lights. We're going to have to put a whole lot of them. Thankfully, these don't require power. And I can just leave them floating in the sky like this. Just going to put them all over the place. Hopefully this lights things up well enough. We'll see when we come down. Oh yeah, that's lighting things up real nice. I don't know how high these are off the ground. Yeah, they're pretty high. Look at how deep this cave goes back in here. This is crazy. Man, this game's so crazy. I can't even begin to express to you all how overwhelmingly impressed with Once Human I am. I know the Steam reviews are getting better, and I know it got review bombed because of people misunderstanding the TOS. Pirate Software actually puts out a really good video about they've got a short about why the TOS wasn't nearly as bad as everybody thought it was. But I'm just so impressed. This dev studio is doing such a good job of listening to its community, of putting out updates that are meaningful, of respecting your time, and not just mindlessly making you do certain tasks over and over and over again so that you can succeed. A huge point of contention right now for some of the hardcore community, the people who really play just a lot of hours, is that they're angry about the controllers being in the game, and they want to be able to just farm dungeons and silos and stuff infinitely. And I understand wanting to redo content over and over and over again, and I understand wanting to grow the power of your character, right? You want to get your perfect build, but having everything that you can possibly want is kind of the death knell of MMO games. As soon as your build is all the way there, if there's no more content to do, right, the PvE content is about getting the stuff that you need for your build. So as soon as your build is done, and there's no additional content, right, because the hardest content has to drop the best gear, so you've been doing the hardest content this whole time, now you're done. The game is over. And So there's really just no more point. That's not really true in once human, because you have you have PvP, right? And so technically PvP games are never done because you can always fight people more. But for the most part, that's the way it is. And people don't really understand that if they were to allow endless farming, then what ends up happening is you have to reduce the drops, because you now have people who are getting too far in the game. You have people who are full build, and you can't let people be full build, because if people are full build, then the game is over for them. So casual players would be even further behind, because their drop values would ultimately be less, because their drop values would ultimately be less, because you would have to reduce the drop values, because people can eternally farm the game. So what are we going to build here? We need to build a giant archway that you can come through. Building some stuff I've never built before. So what is this giant archway going to look like? I kind of want to do like a Mines of Moria thing. We have whoops. We have the stone structures, so we're going to use that. We've got, do we have fan walls? Yeah, we got fan walls, so we'll put these up in the corners as this goes around. How ultimately tall is this? It looks like it's maybe 4 or 5 tall. I don't know how far we're going to be able to stick this structure in here. What we might have to do is take some measurements, build the structure out here, and then go ahead and move it as a saved structure into this cavity, because that'll allow us to push it into the wall more. Right? We'll be able to overlap it more, because the game doesn't really like overlap when you're building the structure, but once you've built it and you're setting it as a save structure, it really lets you get away with a lot more. So we might have to do that. But we're just going to have to see. So we might have to do that. Sorry, I'm just turning on my stream in the background so that I can load up its analytics. Sometimes I feel like it's easier to see what's going on just on the YouTube stream and the YouTube analytics screen than it is to do all that stuff off of my OBS Studio. And then I need to readjust my OBS Studio. I've noticed that I'm having a hard time keeping up with chat. And I think the reason for that is that I don't keep chat on the right side. I keep chat on the far side of my second monitor. So I'm going to move it to this close side of my second monitor and see if that helps me keep up with it a little better so that I'm not falling behind when people try and say something to me. And I can go ahead and yeah, I like that. So now I'll just see it more. It'll catch it out of the periphery of my vision. Okay, so let's build this giant archway. Let's first measure how far across it is. Oh, it's gonna let me push stuff all the way into this. This is great. I love this no clipping. It's really gonna allow me to do some cool stuff. So I guess the question here becomes... Okay, well, let's put that there. 1, 2, 3, 4 gets me in there. If we're doing 4, then I think what we're gonna do is we want to come up with it. This is not gonna look as good as I would like it to until I get some cosmetics to change the way this looks. Right, it needs to have more of a rocky texture and not this weird brick texture. See, and then it's not going to let me go up nearly as high as I want to inside of this wall. So it's 4 across, and 1, 2, 3. I want to go 4 up with it to cover all this stuff up. And then I'm going to close off the other side of that, because that side right there is actually going to stick through right up here. So I want to close it off like a column. So 4 across, 4 up, and then we build the structure. We're going to build this outside. A, we get better lighting out there. And B, it'll allow us to build really what we want. So, oops, keep hitting the wrong button. So let's get to it. Oh my goodness, it's right click, not B, to open up this build menu. I know this. I've been building for days and days and days. So let's elevate this just a little bit, just so we don't sink anything into the ground, so we can see everything a little better. And let's get the general structure of some of these walls down. I don't want to be able to see that inside white concrete look on any of these, so I'm going to totally encase these, and these are basically just going to be big 4 tall pillars that are going to stand as the supports for a giant set of doors that I'm going to create out of this. And these giant doors are going to be like the entrance to these caves, and the reason that I want to block this entrance off a little bit is because I don't want people to be able to get too high above this maze. You know, if you've got spring boots and stuff, then I absolutely want you to sort of be able to jump up on top of it. But I want to create this sort of forced ground maze PvP environment here. This is going to kind of be, as I tinkered around yesterday, I didn't stream yesterday, but I got on and I tinkered around a lot, and actually we had a friend. I call him a friend. I don't actually know this person at all, but somebody actually came and we got a little PvP in, and they rode the roller coaster on the other eternaland, and we had a good time. We fought a little bit, and I think they actually want to help with some of the building. So you may see some buildings that are not even made by me pop up fairly soon in the server. I just had a great idea. We're going to make this curved. Oh, and I just realized that we have to actually change and that was the same one. Whoops. And that guy has to go, and it gets this one. Boop. And then we come down here. Oh, this isn't... These aren't that same kind of brick texture. That's kind of sad, but we're going to stick with it anyway. So we're going to cap these off because this is supposed to be a giant gate. And so we're going to make it a giant gate. Because I want this to be a permanent build, this needs to be something that, you know, I'm more careful and more specific about than I have been with a lot of the prototyping type stuff that I've been doing in the past. One thing that I wish, your sound is based on your character and not on your not on your camera location when you're in this build mode, so you don't hear the buildings thunk in. And if you're in this camera mode, which I'm going to use this camera mode specifically to fly around and cast these tournaments, because you can go so far away. I'm going to go to the middle of the map, and I'm just going to build myself a little 1x1 box in the sky. And I'm going to go up there, and I'm just going to go into this build mode, and I'm going to fly around, and I'm going to watch people, you know, fight and stuff like that, and just live cast the events. I have no intention of participating in them myself, mostly because I'm an absolute garbage can at PvP. Every time I fight somebody, I get the snot beat out of me. And so there's really just no point in me competing. But also because I want to be able to live stream those events and to see more of what's going on. And if all you got to see was my perspective, that just wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. Now I want to make curved doors as well. Okay. So if I want to create an arch doorway, I actually need these. And they need to come off the side of this. And let's see. So I'm probably going to have to break the building rules a little bit to put this in. And so let's see. We want to have these doors open, right? Because there will be no way to open them. I would like to build this angularly, right? Splitting right down the middle of this, so I don't want it open all the way. I want it open at an angle. And so in order to do that, I choose a side, right? So, nope. Use a triangle. Yep. Okay. So if we put triangles here, then we can have the doors as if they're hinged right here open up at that angle and open up at that angle, and then you get an entire width of a foundation where it's open. I would prefer to be able to start as if it was in the center here and coming down. That might actually be possible. Let's delete that. Let's get the small triangle, right? That's the angle that we're looking for. Right there. So, building off of that angle, you can put a complete foundation. No, you can't really put a complete foundation in here. Okay, so what about full triangle? Can we put... So the full triangle doesn't go off the tip here. So what might end up having to happen is we might end up having to place that and then start our structure. It's really too bad that we don't have this really fine looking wood as structure here. How do I continue this angle, or am I going to have to build this? Because I need to continue this same angle down off of here for another half of a foundation width. Can I? Okay, so I have to build like that right there. Okay, perfect. So that totally sets that up. Hang on. Am I just going to end up closing? Let's see what's going to happen if we do this. So we're going to end up opening a fairly small hole. I need to look at how big that gap is. Okay. So this is actually going to be great because this is going to almost force no vehicles. Because that's going to be how wide the gap is to get into the cave. Because that gap is going to go all the way up as we end up building our gate. And the way we want to do that is we just want to be able to build right along, because this should be a full foundation width, but it doesn't look like it quite is, does it? That's because I don't think it actually is. Okay. So it's going to let us build that. That should give us the full foundation snap point that we need to be able to place our door. Okay. Fantastic. So we can build this up right here. And then we're going to take our corner. We want it to go up and over. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. we need something above it. For some reason, this isn't quite as tall either. That's interesting. Maybe it's because the fan has to... But you know what I mean? We want this same curve here. Do I just need to put the fan in? Well, that's all we have to do is just put the fan in. Oops, okay. So we put our little fan in, and now we have what looks like this door. Oh, that fan's the wrong way. We put our fan in, there we go. And then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to build from this half point. Right, we want to build right off of here. And completely inside of here, we're going to want to build... Nope. So we're going to have to do this in stages. We're not actually going to be able to build this entire structure here. And that is okay. So take this down. We figured out how to make the angle that we want. We may have to build the door just inside while we're over here. So something we do want is we want to make sure we get this all connected and check and make sure that this outside edge that we're building here is able to be blueprinted all together. Because we're going to need it to be blueprinted. Yep, it can be blueprinted all together. Fantastic. Because we need that to be blueprinted for when we slide it into the wall. The other thing we did wrong here is this isn't where this curve needs to be. This curve needs to be in some, because that's where the door is. And so, come on. Do your thing. Whoops. Need a regular wall here. Boop. And then we're doing the regular wall some more. Just gonna build right back up to the top. Okay. And get our ceilings on. And then we're actually going to put ceilings right here. Because this is where this go. Oh, no, not that. This is where this is going to go. We need it to go... Okay, those ceilings aren't quite right. They actually need to go above. And then... Oh, that's right, you can't come down from ceilings. So how is this structure... Because I don't want it like this. I want it flipped over. Do I maybe need to put this structure in here first? This is going to be the inside, right? Maybe I need a ceiling there. When you're building stuff like this, there's a lot of trial and error involved. There's a lot of building things, and that's why eternaland building is so much fun, is there's a lot of building things that aren't necessarily going to stay there. right? I need the snap point from this ceiling because I want to build this right here. But then as soon as that's on there, I don't need that snap point anymore. And I think because I have this curve, I'm hoping that I can attach. It's not looking like it's going to let me. I want to follow around that curve. Am I missing something? Is there a structure that I'm not seeing that'll allow me to build there? Because I want to cover up this void space right here. Because there needs to be a ceiling above, right? Oh, it's not even going to let me put a ceiling above. What about a quarter ceiling? Can I put a quarter ceiling up here? Does that actually connect? No, but it's close. And then I just want to run this to cover up that space, right? To attach to the outside of this curve as a wall here. I don't understand why it's not letting me do that. I don't know if it's because I don't have... Do I need to put the fan in? Right, if I put this fan in, can I then attach? No. So I put that fan in, can I then attach this to the fan? Because I want negative space here where this arch is, right? Because I'm going to put an arch at the top of the door as if it would slot into this space when it closes. So we don't want to cover up this void. We just want to cover up this void. And we should do that with this structure right here. I don't think this actually blueprints anymore because I don't think it's actually attached. Oh, it is, okay. Man, I really need to be able to rotate that into that position. It'll be so good if I can do that. What to do, what to do. Do we maybe make it angular instead? Don't really like that idea. An angular door comes to a tip at the top. That's weird. I'm fairly certain that at least these triangles would fit. Or honestly, maybe not. Yeah, I think I'd run into the same problem if I did triangles. It just does not want to come up on its tip. And that's the same problem I'm having with this. How do I do that? Let's get rid of that for now. We know that works. Let's build down here. Maybe I need to build the fan structure first. So we build the fan. And then fill it in. How come we can't fill it in? Having a ceiling above doesn't seem to help. Let's try again anyway. Constantly tinkering. Just seeing what happens. Just want to fill that space right there. Does anyone have any idea how I might be able to do that? Has anyone created a build that requires that? We definitely have the piece, right? This is the piece. And it seems like it should absolutely work. Can I just rotate? No. Man, that's a real bummer. Do the other pieces do it? Nope. That's really too bad. So we're just going to end up with a super blocky gate, it looks like. I don't want a blocky gate, but I just cannot find a way to fill that void. Gate frame. Save it. House blueprint. And we bring this down and we put it right in here. And we bring it down to where it just barely peeks out above there. Hmm. Just like that. And then tear this apart. Then we're actually going to take these down. We're going to build our little triangle structure to get us the snap points we need to create our gate. Then we're going to build our gate, and then we're going to put those two... Actually, we might not put those two foundations below in again. Which means ultimately I probably could have lowered this thing. So there's probably going to be a little gap underneath. But we're just going to build a large wooden gate here. Ugh. It's not going to let us... I'm actually curious. This is the way I'm setting up the structure. Okay. Oh no, it doesn't count. What if I just put a quarter foundation in between those? Because if I can... let's take small... I'm looking to try and find a way to join these two things together. Even if I have to add some extra, hang on. So we put that there, and that there. They don't come together at all. Strange. Okay. Take all this down. Is there any structure inside of the wall? That could be an issue. I might have just really created a problem for myself. Okay, it looks like I am getting to demolish the things that are sort of inside of there. So, rebuild this. When we take it and we put it in here, we're actually going to take the foundations like all the way to the bottom here. And the reason we're going to do this is we're actually going to build the doors separately. And we might even free float our arched pieces into this. So we've got that set up. Now we're just going to destroy those. So you're going to be walking right through here just like this. And then we're going to take our to make our doors. Actually, we're going to make real good doors. We're going to make them the thickness of one of these. So instead of just being a flat wood panel, right, because these are huge doors, we're going to make them okay. It's coming together. It's coming together, chat. Now you see it. Now you see it. There is one problem, and that is that we don't have a half thickness arch. So I actually won't be able to cover up this top bit. But that's going to be potentially inside the ceiling. Right, so what I would like is to just wrap this right here. But because of where I'm going to put it, it's probably going to be in the ceiling. So maybe it won't matter. But now we're going to save this. And we're going to be cave door. Confirm that save. Take this house blueprint, take it over here. Can we spin it around? We can spin it around. So, this is going to attach to this. it doesn't let you get close enough to existing built structures. When you're building with blueprints like this, it says, hey, you're too close. So there's really what I want to butt this right up against here. But I don't think it's gonna let me. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. So the whole thing has to be built as a single structure and then pushed into the wall, and then pushed into the... That makes this entire project much more difficult. But actually, so I only need them to connect for the sake of making the blueprint. Unless I can set them far enough apart, right? If I did a single side, could I set them far enough apart that it would allow me to do both of them? They've got to be pretty far apart. I don't think it would actually work. So I need to be able to get the entire thing done in one. Let's build a new gate frame to work from. Let's elevate it up a little so that I can get in there. And we need to find a way to break those and to use these angle foundations. Let's see, if I build that like that, and I build, oops, gotta get my other triangle so that I get my snap point. And then I build my wall off of it. And then I clear this out. And then I put my regular foundations back under there. This is all done to see if I can get this to all be a single house blueprint. Yeah, and it doesn't include... I didn't think it would, but I was really hoping. So what has to be done... because you can save... Right, now this side... Oh, it still can't be. Do I have to have... this triangle foundation on here? Or is it maybe because I deleted... let's delete that and then rebuild it. And then let's see. Yeah, okay. So, without deleting the supporting structure underneath, I have to combine these two foundational elements. Oh, I got it. Check this out. You don't have to combine the foundations. just have to combine the structures. They can absolutely be combined with ceilings. House blueprint. See if we can save it. Save single building. Boom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Just gotta manipulate the mechanics. Now we're building this here. We build another triangle. A large size triangle, or is that a fan? That's a fan. Large size triangle right there. Get rid of that. Take our wood. Up 3. And then I really like the idea of a curved, right? I wish that I could close that space inside of there. Or at least make it look like it was closed. We're going to delete a lot of this foundation. So we're going to push the foundation sort of down under. We're going to leave, we're also going to obviously get rid of these ceilings. So house blueprint, save single building, get the whole thing in there. Oh, that's beautiful. Cave gate, save it up. House blueprint, and then this cave gate goes right in here. Right, all that stuff is basically under the mesh. We want it maybe one up. Ah, there we go. Is this is coming towards me? We want it to be going away from me, as if it's opening into the cave. Okay. Just like that, maybe. Let me take it down just a little. Think right there. It's a little hard to see when it's all green like this, but I think that's what we're looking for. And then we take away these ceilings. This is kind of pushed into the mesh so much that you can't really tell that it doesn't have the archway structure that I wanted, which is okay. And then we take away these foundations. This is just a door. Now we have an epic entrance into our cave. We're going to build a nice, wonderful maze in here. Just a whole labyrinth. I mean, this cave is so huge. And it's so empty, and it really didn't seem like there was going to be anything to do with it. I'm so happy with this idea. I really think this is going to be a lot of fun. We're not going to use these white lights. This is just so I can see while I'm building in here. I think we're going to use the blue, green, and red lights to identify different zones of the area. Different zones of the you know, like one corner. Maybe I'll make a triangle, or I don't know. Maybe we'll make a big hexagon maze. Maybe we'll just cover the whole thing in maze. But we're going to use these different color. What if people use wall lamps? That's pretty creepy. That goes with the whole sort of medieval feel. I don't know, we got 2 more gates we gotta put up. We gotta put up a gate at this side over here. There is a way to get in like up above, I think, over here. I don't know, this cave is so expansive. I'm actually a little bit lost. Maybe it's up above over here. Yeah, there's a way to get in from up there. And I may end up just totally sealing this off, because this would be a really difficult place to shoot to. Like, to an unfair degree. Oh, this is all, like, under the mesh. Can you not actually get out up here? Yo, check this out. Hey, yo, devs. You might... you might want to check this out and fix it. Because this is all up under the mesh right now. That's no good. I'm probably gonna put a giant rock or something over here. So I'll have to block this off because I don't need people going up inside of there. This is not actually a way out. So I will definitely, I'll cover all that up so that you can't get in there. Because we don't need people getting lost, losing their character, getting meshed into weird places. That could just throw a bunch of stuff off. We want everything to be as clean as we possibly can make it. Okay. Now we want to see, is this entrance over here approximately the same size as the last one? If I could use the same gate, that would save us a little bit of time. I don't think I'm going to be able to, though. This looks like it might be a little wider. And if it is, life might get a little hard. Let's find out. Cave gate. House blueprint. Nope. Looks like it's about the same width. It's not quite as tall. So we're going to be cutting a lot of the top of the gate off. But that's okay. Doesn't really matter if we cut part of the top of the gate off, as long as the gate's all there. That looks a little bit ugly. I need to probably push it back in further. Also, because you don't want to be able to come through here. Yeah. Fly, 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 fly. I really hope, at least now we know of a way to get into the mesh. So if I can't get some of this stuff out, maybe I can fly up into the mesh over there to go get it. Yeah, we're actually gonna push this quite a ways back in here. Flip it around. And right about here. Probably gonna be good. No, there we go. If we push it in just a little more, turn it just a little bit like that. That is so much better. You see there's a little bit of a gap there. Can you get through that? Yeah, that goes all the way through. Okay. Make it again. We don't have the cosmetics, and the game honestly just doesn't have enough different types of walls and stuff like that to really make this 100% the way I would like. But like I said before, we do need to be taking the time to this is a final build, not necessarily permanent, but okay. A little gap, but you can't get back in there. I think that'll do. It's not necessarily going to be a permanent build, but it is the final version, at least for this week, or maybe even longer, honestly, of... Darn it, I need to lower it. It's too high. Of what this is. And so, I want to make it as nice as possible, even though I intend to try and change something about the world every week. I'm starting to think that maybe changing the entire map every week is going to be too much. I didn't quite realize just how expansive the space is. Now, as I develop more blueprints that I can save, and I have a couple of characters, and so I'll probably start saving blueprints across multiple characters so that I can bring those blueprints in at different times with different characters. That should be the ticket right there. The ticket master. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Took us a couple of tries, but we got that in there. Nice big gate, and it keeps you from being able to try and come in here with anything bigger than probably a motorcycle. I bet you could squeeze a motorcycle in there. Although it'd be a little awkward to ride a motorcycle around in the maze that I'm going to build in here. But let's just see. Do I have my motorcycle equipped? Yeah, I do. We were doing the motorcycle jump last night. Yeah. Bring that motorcycle in. Get a little drift going on. Get motorcycle out. That's what's up. Okay. I'm really happy with that build. Now we just have to actually build the maze. And then I think I also want to start naming my zones. So we're going to kind of turn this into a series of biomes. So we're going to have this cave is going to be a biome. Probably that island over there. We'll do the whole island as something. We have... let's fly around a little. I won't be able to get all the way, but we can get quite a lot of different places here. You know, we'll create like a different kind of biome or a different kind of zone over here. We'll create something interesting around the lake. Down in this valley over here, we've already put a bunch of trees. So I think I'm going to put a bunch of trees and houses down in this valley and just kind of across this whole area here. Just sort of like a cottage core forest environment. Maybe on that island over there, I actually want to build an enormous arena. And this is not even my idea. This is the person I was playing a little PvP with yesterday, who rode the motorcycle with me, or who rode the roller coaster with me, suggested making an arena. And so I think if you did like a big, maybe 50 long by 30 wide arena, and you made it like a speedball arena, like a paintball speedball arena, and you could put some of those parapets, right, I've got some of them over here, you could put some of these down in there, and just put some really basic structures, put some rocks, and some different stuff like that. Just place them in there. And you could have small little tournaments, but you could build stands and all kinds of stuff like that. So I think you could have, people come and watch the tournaments and just have little 1v1s in there, or, little 2v2s or something like that. And I don't know, do you make it a circle or do you make it an oval? I'm kind of leaning towards oval. But I actually think that the person, I don't want to say their name because I don't know if they want to be out there like that, but I'm going to give them build permissions, and I think they're going to build it. And I'll tell them, maybe that island over there is a good spot, because you want it to be isolated, because you want most of the playing map to be, sort of this free-roaming playing map. But putting that out there, sort of on that island, could certainly be of value. I'm going to have to come put sort of a different, smaller gate here, and this whole area is going to have to be sort of sealed off, and you're going to have to be forced to walk down this ramp into the maze, because I don't want you to be able to jump up on top of the maze from here. That would be too good of an advantage. I want everybody down inside the maze. Okay, this is going to be a huge project. This is definitely going to take all day. But I don't care. I'm excited about it. We're going to build the heck out of this maze. And then I'm going to put a little video out about it later today. Now, you can't get out over here. I think these are the only 3 entrances. So let's close off this last entrance. And then let's start building out this ramp to get it down. This entrance is not nearly as huge, so we might be able to... Oops. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I'm totally on the other side. That fly mode is so good for building. You can get so much done. This motorcycle. Hey. Let me up. You have no right to shut me in. And then I think making the hallways of the maze maybe 2 foundations wide? Or do I just want it to be 1 foundation? Do we want it to be really, really tight? Or do we want it to not be? To be a little more open. Wood gate, is this... Aw, the gate's not quite big enough. That's too bad. Would have been good. We're gonna have to build maybe like a 2 high. Let's see. Let's get some measurements. It's down all the way to where... Let's see. This will probably be where we put it. We take that down. Build up some walls. We can get 1. Oh, it looks like a wall and a half, so we'll build it 2 walls. And it's really only about 2 foundations. Well, we're gonna have to put 3 foundations wide to get it all the way covered. The other thing is we could just leave it. Right, because you immediately go into this, because we're going to lock all of this off. We're going to build walls right here, all the way to the ceiling, so you can't get through. And then when you come over here, we're going to build walls right here, all the way to the ceiling, What's up here? Another place where you can get into the mesh. Yo, devs. You can get into the mesh all kinds of here. This is crazy. You might want to look at that. But we'll put floor-to-ceiling walls here, too, to force you down this ramp and into the maze. And the maze will open up. So we might be able to just leave that cave as a natural entrance, instead of having a ginormous gate. Can you... hang on. The reason for the gates is a little bit to stop you from bringing vehicles in. Can you bring a jeep? You can definitely bring a jeep in here. Of course, you could just summon the jeep in here. So, I guess it'll end up being close enough that you won't really be able to use the jeep. It's gonna end up getting griefed. I need to check something really quick. I know for a fact that you can't blow up walls in this game, but what about vehicles? Should have checked this before. About one little notch above the first big notch. Okay. 7. Get a grenade. Chuck it right in there. Hey, it did 38 damage. Well, it said it did 38 damage. Do we have any more powerful explodies? Go to my regular backpack. No, let's go make, well, whatever, we'll just use these for right now. Got some Molotovs. Even if I have to just run through a ton of resources to do it. As long as I have the ability to destroy vehicles, that's all that really matters. So if something gets griefed, I'm totally willing to just spend a ton of astral sand making explosives and then going and destroying that, whatever vehicle was put there. I would be mildly annoyed. You know, it's not cool to take a space that's being built for everyone and then intentionally kind of try and ruin it. But, oh wow. Thermite grenades are expensive. 24,000. What the heck? I want to see what those do. Alright. I just want to see how long it's going to take, and I'm going to get my Jeep out. How many resources will it take to destroy a fully healed Jeep? getting a little sidetracked here from my build, but this is something that has to be known because it dictates some of what we build. Honestly, the entire idea of this island could have to change. Right now I'm allowing people to summon vehicles, but I can summon a Jeep in here. It would mean that everything that I built would have to be Jeep-proof, which it can't be. If it's one foundation wide, you can summon a Jeep in it. So if I can't readily destroy Jeeps from people who are griefing, then we have to turn vehicles off. That just has to be the way it is. And that'll also mean that if a large enough contingent of people decide that they don't like vehicles being in here, that they can just grief it, because I can't see whose vehicle this is, so I can't, ban those players from being able to come here. So, if a large enough contingent of people decide that they don't like vehicles, they could just grief the island until I eventually have to turn them off, because there wouldn't be any way to get rid of them. So, let's see here. You can't attach anything to them. Okay, that does 105 damage. But here's the thing. This thing has 9,000 durability. Right? Yeah. And it says it has 9,000 of 9,000. It might not be possible to actually destroy these. Maybe it's just not counting by 100s, because it looks like it's maybe going down. But still, if these only do 100, that means having to put 90 of those on there if somebody decides to grief it. Which is just an insane amount. Let's get in it. Okay, it definitely looks like it's taking damage. But that is not... I mean, if even 4 people decided to grieve, it would take me all day to blow up this many. Let's see if this says 8,000 yet. Well, it says 9,000. Okay, yeah, 8,000. Okay, so it is keeping track. But that means 90 satchel charges every time somebody decides to grief. Grenades are a little less damage. About half damage, but if they're more than half as expensive, then, or less than half as expensive, then ultimately the cost value there, 3,000, is that 1,100? How are high explosives cheaper? 1,100 or a 3,000 grenade. Okay. Well, the high explosives are definitely the best value there. These thermites are 24,000. I'm excited to see. I'm gonna cancel that. That's enough of all these. Oh, you can up its importance. That's cool. Didn't know you could do that. Okay, let's see what these thermite grenades do. .41 damage on the explosion. It doesn't really look like it did a ton of damage, so thermite grenade's definitely not worth. And then let's check. Oh, did I not make any Molotovs? That's okay, the Molotovs were pretty weak. And if the thermite grenade didn't do damage over time to the vehicle, then the Molotovs probably don't either. So the high explosives are the best value for damaging these. Takes about 90 of them. That's down to 7,800. I didn't throw that many grenades. Maybe that high... Well, even so, at 28,000 apiece, it's really not worth it. So 90 high explosives to kill a Jeep. That's something we're really going to have to take an eye on, keep an eye on. If people abuse the ability to summon vehicles to grief the server, then we'll just have to turn them off. That'll just be the way it is. Okay, let's get this wall we need to build here built out. I'm gonna build foundations, then I'm gonna build the wall on the foundations, and then I'm probably gonna destroy the foundations. Just because I just want the wall up. Or do I want to wall this off? Would it be terrible to be able to fly in on top of the... Oh... I mean, if the walls are tall enough, and everything is narrow enough, you sort of wouldn't even be able to see in to somebody who was standing all the way at the bottom, right? Gosh, I really don't know. Sorry about that. Sorry, just got something in my chest there. Right when I woke up, I jumped on stream. So I do think I might grab something to eat real quick, because I really wanted to get on here and start streaming this. So And I just haven't eaten yet this morning. I would like to do that. Get some beans and rice. While I think about how to go about... Wow. That video on how to cross-server PvP has gotten over 500 views now. I can't even believe it. Such an incredible experience. So excited. Yeah, but I'm gonna get some food and think about how to go about building this maze. Maybe I'll just talk at you all while I do that. So we don't really want people to be able to use vehicles inside the maze. So I think one wide is gonna have to be it. I think if you go more than one wide, then people will just bring their Jeeps in there, and that'll be silly. One wide, 3 tall. And I don't want it to be a maze in that it has a lot of dead ends. I want it to be a maze in that you're going to have a lot of directions to go. Right, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a completely flat bottom to it. And then I'm going to just put shapes inside of it. Ooh, that is what's going to happen. So we're not going to make it and in order to do that, we're going to have to consider using different foundations so that we can put different types of shapes. Right? Sometimes we'll need triangles so that we can put triangles. And sometimes we'll need other stuff. So we're gonna build a huge flat area, and then we're gonna put geometry in the middle of the flat area. And we're gonna close off most walking path so that things narrow down as much as possible. And then we also need a name. Actually, right after this live stream is done, I am going to put up a short or a long form video, I'm not sure which, just showcasing the maze. Short, maybe too short. But I'll put something up, and I will take a vote on what to name the maze. And then whatever gets the most upvotes. I would do it on this video, but not enough people. You know, I'm not Syntac, I can't do creature name votes on my live streams, or as part of longer form videos, because I don't have the viewership numbers to support having a lot of interesting names, because only maybe one person is going to see this specific part of this live stream. So, you know, we would get one name option, and that wouldn't really be interesting. So I will just have to create a separate video with a title, and then I'm going to put the name outside the maze at all those cave entrances. Something that I've been having a lot of fun with, the small whiteboard that you can create, that you can write like one little line on that's only like 15 characters before it runs off the edge. If you put that on top of an automatic sprinkler, it makes a pretty interesting standing signpost. So I've been using that for signage. And I'll just put a sign like that on the entrance. It says the name of the cave as you go in from any entrance. I think that'll be super duper cool. I'm so excited about this PvP island. I'm so excited about all of the building. I'm excited for other people to PvP. But as I've gotten older, I've gotten worse at video games. And so while I may have been excited about PvP, 10 years ago or even 15 years ago, I'm 37, almost 38. I'll be 38 in a couple of months. So 15 years ago, when I was in my early 20s, I was kind of in my gaming prime. Gosh, it's 20 years ago I was 18. That's insane. I'm so old. But as I've gotten older, and, I have psoriatic arthritis, and so my hands just don't do the things that I tell them to do when I tell them to do it all the time. And so I'm just not nearly as interested in really competitive hardcore PvP anymore. It's fun, but I lose. Everybody I've fought in this game so far has been better than me. I'm basically the worst player who's actually willing to PvP people. So everybody just dumpsters me. It's hilarious. I was using my sniper rifle, and I got crossbowed to death yesterday by that person that was PvPing and riding roller coasters with me. We had a really great time. It was just the two of us, and we had a lot of fun. I'm really excited for more people to be showing up in the server to fight and do different stuff in the server. It's, as this channel grows, and as that makes this server grow, I'm really, really excited. Sorry, I got the ick in my throat right now. I'm really, really excited to see, all the different people coming and fighting. I may have to create another character with another island specifically for tournaments. Because I just don't know, how much use is this going to be getting and stuff like that. I'm going to turn you all off because I'm going to get some cheese out of this bag and it's going to be loud. Perfect timing. But like I was saying, I don't know how popular this PvP server is going to be. And I would hate to be shutting down the server on the weekends for tournaments if
the server's really popular, and the weekend is when most casual players get an opportunity to play, and taking away their only playtime so that the people who wanted to play in tournament play and stuff could have their tournaments wouldn't necessarily be the best way to go about it. It would be extremely difficult, though, to try and build 2 islands for PvPing, and that would pretty much mean that I absolutely could not build my theme park island, which I really want to do. So I guess what I'm ultimately saying is, if you want to help build this island, or if you have a structure build that you think is really interesting, maybe a giant warehouse, or your house, or anything like that, that you would like to allow me to steal from you to put on this island, I would very much appreciate that. Because I would happily steal it and put it on this island. And, just keep it kind of in my pocket, in the back burner, so that I could use it, duplicate it. But especially I'd be looking for like a warehouse structure would be nice, some houses would be nice. What else could there be? I mean, honestly, I'm just one person, and I am a fairly creative person when it comes to manipulating the mechanics of things, but I am not necessarily a creative person when it comes to the options available, right? If somebody tells me something to build, I can manipulate the mechanics of building to try and create something that maybe the game didn't intend, because I'm really good at understanding how things work. I have a very mechanical creativity, not an aesthetic or possibilities kind of creativity. And so even if you just have ideas, right? If you don't have a build, but you have an idea of something that would be cool to have in here. For example, that arena was not my idea. It was the person who came and PvP'd with me yesterday. And now I have all these great ideas in my head of how to structure that arena. But I would have never thought of that real possibility totally on my own. I needed somebody else to say, hey, what if this? And then immediately, as soon as they said the word arena, I thought stadium, I thought coliseum, I thought, let's put some stands in there so people can sit and watch. We don't have just regular stadium seating in this game, but we got tons of couches and stuff. Wouldn't it be so cool if they were just like VIP boxes all over the outside of this arena, and you could go in there with your friends and use local proximity chat, or your Discord channel or whatever, and just be chilling in a couch watching, a speedball fight down there, waiting your turn or whatever, and watching from in the game instead of having to like go to a YouTube stream or something like that. You can still have the YouTube stream up, right? If we're having legit tournaments, I'll be probably live streaming them. But what an interesting way to get to spend a little bit of time that's not totally focused on, farming materials, farming mods, farming, let's not turn the game into a grind, let's turn it into an experience. So I don't know, we'll see. I haven't started eating my food yet. I need to turn you all off because I can't eat and talk at the same time because I don't like chewing. It annoys me when streamers and YouTubers and stuff chew into their microphones, so I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna mute you all real quick. Something else I just thought of. I was talking earlier. Sorry, I was talking earlier about creating a. Words are hard. About creating a giant forest. And what I want to do is maybe make that forest this sort of like ethereal fantasy type thing. So I'm looking right now to see if there's any... Sorry, my microphone's not in a good spot. Give me a sec. Okay, to see if there's any lighting options that would maybe create some sort of sparkling effect or something like that. I don't think there really is. I know they mentioned something about fireworks. But if I could just have fireworks or something similar to that effect that was going on when we threw the thermite grenade and all those sparks were coming up, if I could suspend that effect somehow in the air, so it just seemed like, you know, and I would want it to be more sparkly and less sparky, but kind of the same idea, I guess. That's really kind of the thing about building in games like this, though, is that the structures and stuff are just there to be a baseline for the mechanics. And then it's your responsibility as the player and the builder to manipulate that baseline. You know, just like a rope is a great tool, but if you don't learn how to tie knots, if you don't manipulate that rope in any way, then it's just a straight line. And so the same thing is true of these sort of building systems, is the system is great, but if you don't manipulate it, if you don't work its mechanics out, then really all you have is a box. Which is fine. Right, if you're not interested in manipulating the mechanics and you just want to build a functional box that has the things in it you need, that's why the baseline exists, so that you can use it as a baseline. But if you want to go above and beyond that and do something different, then you have to start manipulating things. There are so many ways into this mesh. This is insane. Okay. So, like I said before, the thing I really want to do in here is I want to create a flat floor, and then I want to build geometry on it. But I just realized I don't have to create a flat floor. There is a flat floor. It's not perfectly flat, but it's pretty flipping close. So all I need to do at this point is put a ton of geometry in here. And we're good to go. So I need to go to my build menu. I need to get rid of any blueprints that I'm not going to use. This two-story farm needs to get deleted. That marble fence is staying. Actually, I'll show you guys the marble fence. I built this off stream. And it's going to be for a marble Why can't I build you? Is it because the lights? Are the lights in the way? If the lights are in the way, I'm gonna have to be really upset. Okay, well we can't see. So the marble fence is actually gonna be for this whole marble sort of fortress that I'm building. And I'm gonna put it inside of there. It's not super huge, it's like 8 by 8. And the quote-unquote fortress inside is only going to be like 4 by 4, 5 by 5, something like that. But it'll be a cool little fortress. Maybe I'll make a bigger one someday. Gotta start small though, gotta learn. So let's start seeing about some geometry. We really just need... okay. I love that sound effect, it's super cool. We really just need some basic geometry. Right, we're going to build a triangle, and we're going to build a square, build a hexagon, build really awkward shapes, because awkward shapes are cool. So let's get started. I like that this is kind of flat. Do we build it out of stone, wood, a variety of materials, all marble? I think stone, right, the motif in here is just stone. So let's not... Why does everything glow in here? I'm really not a fan. Ooh, here we go. We're gonna build Tetris pieces. Because Tetris pieces are designed to fit together. And that will allow us to build... Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, that's the most beautiful. I don't know a lot about the history of Tetris, like who created the game, and stuff like that. But that person was a flipping genius. They took a handful of shapes falling from the sky and turned them... Oh, now I'm trapped. And the lights are too low, so they're getting in my way. But a handful of shapes falling from the sky, and they turned it into, I mean, possibly the most important bit of technology in, I don't know, decades? 100 years? Certainly as far as gaming is concerned. It is potentially the single most important thing ever in gaming. Right up there with Pong. This needs to get picked up again and raised even higher. And I need to stop swinging my axe. Okay. And then we're going to close these in. I don't want people getting inside of these, because then they won't be able to get out. I mean, I guess they could just use the unstuck command, but... Okay. So we have our first Tetris piece. Now, is the line 4 or 5 long? Is every block just 4 blocks in Tetris? It's been a really long time since I played some Tetris. Let's just go with every block is 4 blocks. So we're going to make a line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do I keep... Fly. Hermit. You flippin' moron. Fly. The devs gave you the ability to soar. And yet here you are, standing on the ground. No. Viggy, Viggy, Viggy. You've been a bad monkey. This is so exciting. I'm so excited about this whole Tetris thing right now. It's so good. This is going to be so good. So you've got that. You've got a box. Whoops. Right? Super duper simple box. Looking for walls. There we go. Nothing to see here. Just a box. Ignore the man behind the curtain. What I'm really looking forward to with this is to be like out here building, and then for there to be a bunch of like PvPers and stuff inside the eternaland, and just to randomly get shot by somebody who's thinking I'm like PvPing or something. It's gonna be so funny. This whole experience is gonna be so great. I'm so giddy to start having people in here. Gosh darn it. To start having people in here and doing stuff and just having fun. It's gonna be so incredible. And just I haven't been this happy in a long, long time. I am just smiling all the time about just the possibilities of this. It's gonna be so great. I've always wanted to create a video game, and I don't really have the technical skill. I could develop the technical skill, but it always feels like there's something else I should be doing, because I'm not at the point where I could really be making a quality video game, and so it feels like I'm wasting my time trying when I know that at least for a while I'm going to fail. I understand that you have to fail to learn, but it always feels like I should be trying to do something I'm already good at because of how old I am. And so this is really an opportunity because of the structure of this game, and because of this eternaland. I'm getting an opportunity to use a game that talented devs have already made to curate a gaming experience, which is why I want to develop a game anyway, right? I want to curate a gaming experience. And so I'm having that opportunity here and now without actually needing the technical skill to develop an entire game. Which is really an exciting proposition for me. I'm very, very happy about it. I think there's just the one structure left. And I probably should make a couple iterations of this structure, facing sort of in different directions. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to make the one, and then I'm going to rotate it. And that'll have to be enough variance. Is this all of the possible pieces in Tetris? Is it only 5 pieces? If it is, then what an incredible game. I mean, seriously. 5 little geometric shapes make an entire video game that has lasted decades. I mean, you think that WoW has been going on for a long time. People have been playing Tetris since before I was born. And only just recently did somebody actually beat Tetris. Which is insane. There is nothing in any modern video game that has stood that sort of test of time. So here we are. We've got our 5 geometric shapes. We're going to save all these to blueprints. And then we're going to place them around inside of this cave to create a sort of maze that you can fight inside of. And honestly, these geometric shapes have the potential to build the foundations of a lot of what we're doing. It didn't occur to me until just now when I started doing this, but these geometric shapes are sort of the foundation of building buildings in this game. So, right, I could have this shape right here paired with a box behind it, and then I could put, this piece over here on this end so it sticks out over here. And somebody mentioned this to me, and it didn't click until just now. Early on in the game on Reddit, I was... Hang on, I've got a notification. It's important to me to get back to people who are leaving comments and stuff like that. This person just got subbed. Awesome. There we go. Reply to that person. Because I have such a small following, and because my subscribers up to this point have been instrumental in maintaining my viewer count and viewer times. On my video that almost bombed, that's doing so well now, of my first 11 views, 10 of them were subscribers. Which is absolutely insane. Within the first 2 hours of my video, pretty much everybody who had subscribed to my channel up to that point viewed the video and viewed it for a very long time. And, it seems to me that it's just a bunch of random people I've never met intentionally going out of their way to try and help me succeed at this thing I'm doing, and it is incredibly humbling to have that experience. And so it's important to me that I do what I can to return that dedication in the form of, if somebody puts a comment out, go say something back. If somebody, I put out that I was... what's this shape called? Does anybody know what this shape is called? I put out that I was going to open up this zone to PvP, and then I've actually spent hours over the last couple of days just sitting in this zone, waiting for somebody to come, so that it wouldn't be barren, so that there would be somebody else there, so that if they did show up, they had an opportunity to have at least a mild PvP experience, and to help them see what that potential was with the zone. And so it's just very important to me that if I'm going to be getting dedication from people, I try and give that dedication back, because it is incredibly humbling. I need to look up what this Tetris piece is called, because I want to name it the actual Tetris name in my blueprints. Tetris piece names. Because if I'm going to steal... Okay, so I think I am going to build both L's. Because it looks like... I don't know if these are the actual names. Or maybe these are names... oh, hang on. Here's what it looks like. Yeah, okay. So the Tetris blocks do have names. This looks like it's an image of the actual Tetris handbook. And so I am going to build two of these Z pieces. We've got the Cleveland Z and the Rhode Island Z. And then the L pieces are called a blue Ricky and an orange Ricky, because of the directions that they look and the colors that they are in the Tetris game. So I am going to build all of them. So we have, let's see, this one is the Cleveland Z right here. So let me build the Rhode Island Z, which, can I rotate? I don't think you can rotate the Cleveland Z into a Rhode Island Z. I think that's kind of the point. So this goes this way. If I flip it around, so bottom right to top left, and then yeah, if you flip it around, you've got bottom right to top left. So you absolutely can't. They are, there's a word for it when the mirror image of something, when you can't rotate an object to get it to match its mirror image. And I don't remember what the word is for it. There's a YouTube short on it. YouTube knows everything. Like, seriously. You can learn literally anything from YouTube. But I don't know what the word is, but that's what these shapes are. Is you can't rotate them to be their mirror image. And I assume that was done on purpose. So now we're going bottom left to top right. Is how this one's structured. Is that accurate? So, boop, 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 boop. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Tetris is so cool. I never really appreciated Tetris until literally just now. And I feel like if I pulled my head out of my rear end earlier, I might have always been better at building in Minecraft. Because this is it, right here. This is how you create dynamic structures in a block-based building game, is flippin' Tetris. And I feel so dumb for having not known that already. I keep hitting the B button. So this one is the blue Ricky. So to create the orange Ricky, we go 1, 2, 3, and up. And now these are the same way. You can't rotate them to create their mirror images. They'll never look the same. Nope. This is gonna be so good. Gonna be so good. Rocket Man. Okay. Let's get these saved and named. And we're going to put them much, much tighter than they are right now. I don't want more than maximum two foundation widths in between any given one. And we're just going to fit these together in interesting ways. And it's going to create this really insane dynamic maze. And it's going to be so much fun. I am freaking out right now. Just freaking out. Okay. Let's get them named. Add a house blueprint, save single building. This one is called a Teewee. T-E-E-W-E-E. Whoops, not R. T-E-E-W-E-E. Let's capitalize that. That's a name, right? Confirm. Okay. Add a blueprint. Save single building. This one right here is called the Hero. Hero. Nope. Nope. The square is called Smash Boy. Smash Boy. Oh. These are proper nouns. Alright. This one right here is called the Cleveland Z. Not Zealand. Cleveland Z. This one right here is called the Rhode Island Z. Oh, no, you stop that. Oh. Okay. We're okay. Rhode Island Z. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm gonna have so much fun. Save building. This one is the Blue Ricky. Blue Ricky. And last but not least, we are going to have Orange Ricky. Bammo. Okay, we got all our pieces. Now it is time to destroy all of our work up to this point. And start just plopping these structures down. Man, this is going to be such a cool little zone. I am excited. I cannot wait until you all come over here and PvP in here. Dead spot in the light. Need to elevate these more though. Oh. The light doesn't seem to reach. Oh no. Why did I have to take this one so low to get the light in there? That's so crazy. Whatever. And there's just no sound while you destroy things because you're not right next to because of this, the way we're building these structures, I think I am going to go ahead and allow people to see from up here. Because I'm going to kill most of these lights. It's going to be really dark down here anyway. I don't think you're really going to be able to see much. And so I don't think standing up here and trying to snipe is really going to be an effective strategy. So we're good with it. You don't want to cut off people's potential avenues of gameplay. What you want to do is cut off avenues of gameplay that trivialize or make useless other avenues of gameplay. So if something is so good that it narrows all play to just that thing, then it's not good gameplay. But just because it's not necessarily the way you would play doesn't mean that it's not good. And so as long as something isn't so strong that either you have to do it or you can't be successful, then it should be left. Yeah, so we'll start just with a giant box right here in the way. And that's about a foundation and a half from that wall. So that's pretty well what we're looking for. And then I think I want to put an orange Ricky in here. Is that the one I want? No, I actually want a blue Ricky. Yeah, we're going to rotate this blue Ricky just like this. I'm going to come up here above. And we're going to have to delete all of these lights because all of these lights are inhibiting. Oh, that's going to make this so much more difficult because I can't see. Okay, well. I guess we'll delete lights as we go, so we maintain as much light as possible. There we go. That's how we'll do it. I'm so smart. Okay, so we need a blue Ricky. We need to rotate him around. And then it looks like the limit on building a structure near another structure is actually pretty close to where I want these structures to be from each other. Right? That's pretty close to what I'm looking for. It's a little far, but it's pretty good. And then I think I need a hero. Right? Can the hero get in here? Does he have to go into the wall? He does have to go into the wall a little. Okay. Come on, baby boy. Ammo. These things aren't going to be perfectly straight. They could be. I don't think it's really necessary. I think it's going to be disorienting enough to be in here that, frankly, who cares? Then let's get a Rhode Island Z, or no, we need a Cleveland Z. Spin this bad boy around. We're gonna have to get rid of some more. Let's do, yep, just like this. Your mother? Alright. Oh, this is turning out so phenomenally well. Sorry, I haven't had my chat open. Oh, nobody's been talking. Doesn't matter. I've been looking at these piece names. Oh, this is so beautiful. I can't... I love when things start to come together and start to look really nice. It's so validating to see this potential coming to life. Do we want a Tiwi? I think a Tiwi is going to fit in here real well. If I was a master Tetris player, you know, those folks really see how these pieces fit together really well. And I would probably be able to build something that could technically collapse into a completed Tetris board, which would be really cool. I am not that talented, and while I do have pretty good spatial recognition, I don't know that I would be able to hold all that in my head well enough, just due to lack of practice, to make that without mapping it all out first. And that is a time investment I'm not interested in. What's something we haven't gotten an orange Ricky in here yet. We got a blue Ricky, but no orange Ricky. So let's take Mr. Orange Ricky, place him right over here. Okay. Okay. Then I kind of want to put something right in this space. I think Cleveland Z is going to be the one. Nah, we want Rhode Island Z. Nope, that's still a Cleveland Z. Rhode Island Z. There she goes. Oh, gotta get rid of some lights. I like that these pieces are pretty large too, so it's not actually going to take me a terribly long time to fill this. Right, we're going to get it done within this stream, and that means that I'll be able to put out the videos that I want to put out about this. Oh, look at that coming along. That's so cool. Oh, this just makes me giddy. I'm really excited to get a name for this cave, too. Okay, let's
get rid of these.
And have I used... Oh, gosh darn it, not again. Have I used every piece? There's 7 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I've used every piece. Okay. Let's just get to it. Let's get another blue Ricky in here. Ooh, actually, that's exactly what I want. Look at you, Ricky. Saving the day. Push you back into that wall just a little bit. No. Come on. Turn green. Come on. Okay. And then... I think I just want another hero stretching across here. Hero. Okay, that's a much wider gap than I would like. That's easily 2 foundations. That's about as wide as I want it to go, but I was having trouble getting it any closer. This is turning out so well, though, that I'm not going to hold myself to an extremely strict set of rules. The way I was planning on doing this maze before would have been maddening. There would have been no way for me to cope. Because I was going to build a whole floor, and then I was going to go through and just put walls up. And being able to do this in huge sections with these Tetris pieces. Actually, I need to rename this stream to Building a Maze with Tetris Pieces. Because this is the coolest thing I think I've ever done. I am so giddy. Building a maze in the cave on PvP eternaland. Building a maze with Tetris pieces. With Tetris pieces. I can't spell. Thank you, autocorrect. Save. Bammo. Now let's carry on with it. Carry on my wayward son. Oh my goodness. Do we want to drop another Smash Boy? Like a thwomp just coming out of the sky. Meow. Meow meow. Thwomp. I dig it. And then let's get an orange Ricky. And put him, or her, should say them. Blocks don't have genders. Let's get another orange Ricky. Build this bad boy. It may or may not let me get as close as I want. What's holding me up here? You know, I just realized also I can just angle these at funny angles. Don't have to necessarily be straight. Oh, you motherless mother. You know what? Actually, I don't want to angle these at funny angles. I do want to kind of keep them in line. Solely because of the aesthetics of it. You know, I'm not 100% straight with these, but they are fairly straight. And I want to try and keep it that way. I'm not going to get super overwhelmed with trying to make it, you know, 100% right. But, you know what? Right there in the middle of that looks good. This is going to be potentially one of the most dynamic PvP environments ever. This is so insane. I mean, look at all of the different angles and... I mean, this is so cool. I really wish that I was good at PvP. We gotta get Shroud playing Once Human. Get him to come in here. Shroud, if you're watching this, come to my island. Play PvP. That would be like the thrill of my lifetime. You son of a bitch. Oh yeah. Oh, it's so party. I'm sorry, y'all. You're just gonna have to hear me gush over how awesome this is for the next probably couple hours while I try and finish this. And then we gotta think of a lighting scheme. Do I want to put those wall lights? Actually, let's start looking into that. I like to bounce around because I don't like to just be doing the same thing for too long. How do these wall lights look? That... oh. I don't want the wall light hanging in the middle of the air. I want the wall light on the wall. I don't have the building formula? Oh no! That's too bad. That's exactly what I want. I need to go to my server and see if anybody's got the formula for the wall light. And then pay just an astronomical amount of energy links or something for it. Or if any of you have the formula for the wall light and you want to come here, I will give you permission to build, and you can just put wall lights all up in here in whatever way you want. I will let you be the arbiter of the light, and you can light this cave up so that we can fight in it. House Prince. Actually, before we do that, let's just look at some other options. Right? If I come down here and I put overlaps. Oh, okay. So either I need to be connecting these two ceilings, or they will overlap because they're free floating. Why? So it built them, but they're not lighting? Oh, they have to have electricity. I forgot about that. These don't need electricity. That's actually... ooh. That might be... I don't have the formula for that one either. Okay. You know what, Once Human? You got me. You got me. I need to go farm formulas. I get it. I'm sorry. I am going to buy literally all the formulas. You can't transfer formulas to eternaland yet, and I don't know if you ever will be able to. But if you can transfer formulas to eternaland at the end of the season, I will pay astral sand for formulas. And the way I'll do that is I'll farm up astral sand, and then I'll use it to cook a bunch of foods, because the foods look like they sell back for the same amount of astral sand. So I'll cook a bunch of foods with astral sand, and then I'll trade you the foods, you trade me the formula, and then you can sell the foods or use them for PvP, whatever you feel like doing. And that's how we'll make trades happen for the astral sand resource in here. And then I'll need to double check, but it should be when you destroy these structures, these rocks, because I had all these rocks in here. It should be when you destroy those, you actually get the copy of it back so that you can replace it. So we could also trade for astrolite by you just telling me what's of the rocks and trees and stuff like that you want, and then I can buy those, stick them in your instance, and then you can just delete them and you'll get a copy of it, and then you can go put it wherever you want on your island. Even if I'm the one who put it down. I need to double check and make sure that if I'm the one who put it down and you're the one who deletes it, that you get it. But if that's the case, then that's also how we'll trade those. Yeah. And that's just how we'll make trades happen in Eternaland. I would like to see an opportunity to trade, to put a vending machine in Eternaland and trade for astrolite and astrosand in a vending machine. And then you could just hop around to different people's Eternalands and do all that trade stuff there. But, you know, that's not in the game right now. And maybe, hopefully it will be one day. What do I want next? We haven't had another Tiwi in a while. I think a Tiwi could go right here pretty nicely. Get in there, Tiwi. Yeah, Tiwi. Ugh. It's so good. Oh, I'm overwhelmed with how cool this is gonna be. I can't believe that this is a product of my brain. It feels so good to feel like I'm doing something really cool. Not put too many heroes. No, we can have another hero. Let's have another hero. I need a hero. Keep getting stuck on the roof. The camera that you're using to fly around does have physics, so you can like run it into objects. And I keep running it into the ceiling while I'm moving around up there. And then I can't move, so I can't position things quite the way I want. I gotta like come back down and let's get another Cleveland Z in here, I think. Yes. We're gonna put this right up in here. Boop. And then we'll get another Smash Boy. Please tell me the Smash Boy can go. Oh yeah, he can. They can. Okay. Smash Boy. Now why are they all lit up? I'm so confused. The lighting in this cave is really, really funky. Let's get a blue Ricky. Come along, blue Ricky. Let's put this blue Ricky. Things are starting to get a little wonky. Because they're not quite lining up right. So we're going to need to pay attention a little. This Smash Boy honestly kind of did it. Where I placed them, this hero is just a little bit longer and this pokes out just a little bit. So I need to be careful. I want everything to be kind of fitting into corners of things. I don't want things, like I don't want to line up with this right here. I want it to be offset into a corner. And so I need to be careful about what I'm putting where, because I could end up, I might, I guess I'm probably not going to be able to avoid it. Because it looks like I'm going to end up lining up right here, and I've already lined up right there. Yeah. We just want it to be as dynamic as possible. Let's get a Tiwi here. And honestly, maybe this Tiwi lines up. No, because that leaves too much of a space here. What if we turn the Tiwi this way? And can I fit it? How close or how far do I have to get? Okay. Come on, Tiwi. You can save it. Why did it want to let me set it like this? But it's not going to want me to set it like this. How far do I have to? Oh my goodness. I end up going so far away. Let's see if I can get a Smash Boy in here. Yeah, I didn't figure I could. What about right here? That's a good spot for a Smash Boy. So, this is a little too open right here. This isn't exactly what I wanted. But I think we've sort of course corrected with the Tiwi, the Smash Boy, and the Z. I think a Rhode Island Z right here. And honestly, that happened because I just wasn't quite diligent enough across the entire build with keeping things straight. And because I didn't quite pay attention enough to the limits of lining things up. And so that's on me. But I think it's interesting enough and the pieces fit together well enough that even if I make a few mistakes like this, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a killer. I don't I don't even think it's possible, now that we've gotten this idea to put the Tetris pieces in here, I don't know if I can mess it up. Because, I mean, I'm putting these really close, but you could take these same Tetris pieces and put them much further apart. You know, maybe only have 10 or 15 of them in the whole area. And that would be super cool too. But just these Tetris pieces create this almost limitless potential for building. And you could even add, you know, these are specifically blocky, but I could put a triangle in here. And that would work super well too. I could build a hexagon real quick. I'm going to stick with the Tetris pieces for this one. I may consider reevaluating the build. Again, this is not going to stay the same. I think I'm going to take a region about this big and try and change it every week. So I'm going to try and get the entire island built this week. And then the weekend of the 10th, we're going to have our single-player tournament. And then following the week of the 10th, or the week following the 10th, I'm going to completely rebuild some biome. Maybe it's this one, probably not. I'll probably want this one to stick around for a while, because I think it's going to be pretty popular. But I'll remake one of the biomes, and then the following weekend maybe have another tournament. I don't know if a tournament every weekend is really viable. We may have to just do one a month. But we're going to see where we're at. But every week I'm going to take an area like the inside of this cave and completely redo it so it's totally new. For as long as I can sustain that pace. And maybe one day it won't just be me. Not only will there potentially maybe be other builders on this island, but there may be other islands where people are building, which would really, really make me happy. I would love to have other people be doing kind of the same thing, and to see what they're creating, maybe to steal some of their buildings, right? Let them come steal some of my stuff, go steal some of their stuff, and just have tons of places, because this place is going to fill up. If I ever manage to reach even 1,000 subscribers, then just through word of mouth and my subscribers joining in, there will be too many people that want to play to sustain. And so we'll have no choice but to have other worlds. And I can't build all those worlds. As much as I would love to be able to, if I could just be the person making all the PvP happen in this game, that'd be pretty crazy. But I'm not that good. And I don't think anybody has that much time. That's a huge time investment. I mean, it's going to take me at least a week to get this one built. I don't think this is the... No, I think I want the other one. You know what we haven't put in is our Ricky. Right. Orange Ricky. What you got, Ricky? Look at this come together. Oh man, I wish I had those red lights and the wall lights. Those are perfect for this. Seriously, if anybody has those formulas and is willing to come put lights in here, I would just lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Get rid of these so we can build in over here. I am building fairly slowly. You'll see that sort of between every block or two, I just kind of stop and look at the whole thing. And I'm not looking for anything in particular. I'm just kind of observing the layout and letting intuition sort of dictate what I'm doing. So just whatever feels right is just sort of getting put in there. Like this doesn't feel right at all. I don't like it. It's not good. Let's get a blue Ricky. Right. Gotta. This does feel right. I think I want this to get right up in here. That's gonna leave another one of those kind of big gaps in there. But I'm just gonna leave that gap. I don't think there's anything that I can do to try and fill that. Again, if I was a pro Tetris player, I probably wouldn't have put this Smash Boy here, or... You know, there's all kinds of stuff that I could have done different, but it's okay. I like it. Doesn't all have to be uniform. It doesn't all have to be right. As people are going through and playing, it's unlikely that they'll notice. They'll be super busy paying attention to the bullets flying at their face. And then we're going to put a Smash Boy over here in this corner. Meow. Meow, meow. Man, this cave is huge. Gosh, this is so cool. I can't get over it. Cannot get over it. I'm already thinking about the video I'm going to post about it. And hopefully the commentary around that video. It would make me really happy to just see some people talking about it. I've been getting so much positive feedback. My ego is just through the roof right now, let me tell you. My brothers aren't going to be able to live with me here real soon. Because my ego is too big for this house. All the stuff that I've been posting about the track on Reddit has been getting super great reception. The track shorts have been getting great reception. The PvP long-form videos have been getting great reception. And so my head is so overinflated. I might just float away. I'm having the time of my life doing this. Get another Rhode Island Z in here. I think I'm gonna have to delete this light. Rhode Island Z. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Let me get really close to that. Everywhere I mean, there's going to be people everywhere. Everywhere. Hmm. You know what I haven't put in here in a while? I haven't put a Tiwi down. Where you at, Tiwi? Perfect. It's gonna leave a pretty big gap here. It'll be okay. Let's get a blue Ricky. Come on, Ricky. Yeah. Slide some oil to me. Let it slip down my spine. We get a hero. Promise I won't sing the hero song again. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably this light. These lights have been great. But they're really getting in my way. Was not the light. Hero just really doesn't like being close to some of these pieces. They got beef. I don't think that's the piece I want then. Maybe another blue Ricky. Right. You have to X off of the piece. A blue Ricky gets slid up in here. I really want to put something right up in here. It may have to be a Smash Boy. Smash Boys tend to get me into a little trouble with the layout, but I think it's sort of the best option. Come on. Right about there. Is this? Yeah, you can get there. Okay. Then let's see if we can get a hero right across here. Why do you want to be so far away from everything? So strange. Then a Tiwi or a Rhode Island or a Cleveland. Let's put a Cleveland Z down. Just like and it goes like this. In my shoes, my toes are busted. The kitchen says my bread is molded. Got a good job at the dollar store. 1 foot in the hole, 1 foot getting deeper. Probably gonna get copyright struck for singing. Pretty sure I can get away with it if I just do it a little bit though. Everything reminds me of a song, and I've been a singer my entire life since I was a little bitty kid. I've done musical theater since I was like 10. So when a situation or a conversation or anything like that makes me think of a song, I sing it, and that's just the way it is. It drives my older brother insane. And I guess if that means that somebody wants to copyright strike my live streams, then
So be it. I like that, but I don't like that space that it opens up over here, and I'm not going to really be able to fill that space. But that's okay. Sometimes big white spaces are going to be okay. Not everything has to be uniform. I'm just kind of picking pieces fairly arbitrarily and randomly, as you may have noticed. Totally dig this. This is coming along so nicely. And it's only taken us 3 hours to get to this point. This is incredible. Can't believe how quickly this build started coming together. I mean, it took us like 45 minutes to an hour just to make these silly gates. And now we're just cruising. I really want to watch some people fight in here. This is such a cool little area. Go check on some things real quick. When I live stream, I really like to just kind of be relaxing. It's going to be hours and hours of gameplay. I'm not optimizing time. I'm not pushing, getting as much accomplished as I possibly can. Live streaming and playing to me is more about having the conversation while I play. Even if nobody is talking back in the conversation, being able to express my thoughts to a quote-unquote audience while I play really improves my enjoyment of my game time. And I'm kind of obsessed with my analytics right now. Not that I'm fretting over them, but it's like playing an idle RPG. Right, the numbers keep going up and changing and doing things, and I do some activity, and then it's sort of like building a character in an idle RPG, where you make the character and then it just makes the numbers go up. I make a video, I put out some content, and then the numbers just go up, and you just sort of get to sit there and watch it like an idle RPG. It's really, really interesting, and I super duper enjoy it. Just can't get over it. Okay, back to building. What time is it? It's only 4:30? I got on at 1:30? I thought it was later than that. I feel so awake right now. I only got like 3 hours of sleep last night. 3.5. I noticed there's another streamer who's playing Once Human, Inali. I think his name's Inali. And I was watching his stream some yesterday, and I realized that he had been streaming for like 15 straight hours. And he's playing in season play right now. So my content is not necessarily the content that everybody is looking for all the time. He's another kind of small streamer. I think he's got his 1,000 subs, so he's probably monetized. But, just another fairly small streamer. He seems to have a similarly chill vibe that I do. He's just playing the game and, you know, walking around. He's doing a lot of farming, but he's playing in season play. So if you'd like to see more season play, I enjoyed watching his stream. You might as well. It's certainly got the feel that I look for in a stream. I can't watch that power farming, how to become OP in 2 hours, do exactly these steps in exactly this order. You're not even really playing a game anymore. You're just following a set of rules to get a predefined outcome. I understand that a lot of people like to play that way. I'm not knocking the kind of content. You know, you gotta make what works. You gotta make what you like. And I'm not knocking people who want to play that way either, right? You gotta play. It's a video game. Ultimately, if you're having fun, if you're enjoying yourself, then whatever you're doing is what you should be doing. But not 100% of players want to play that way. I am one of those players. And so if you are too, you will likely enjoy that individual's streams. Okay. Going back, can I please delete this light? Okay. So going back towards this exit, so I'm just going to leave this pathway open, right? You can just come in, you can walk all the way to here, and then I'm just going to put something in the way right here. We always want to build from our structure, though, because if we build into our structure from over there, we might kind of mess up. We're going to have to use mostly the smaller pieces, I think. Let's get a Tiwi over here. Let's get it turned just like this. Plunk it down. That's nice. And then we're gonna get Blue Ricky. Oh, I was gonna turn it, but I actually kind of liked where it was looking. Do we want to put it all the way into the wall, or do we want to leave that wall open so there's another path out? More paths, more better. Then, can we fit a hero? Yeah, we can. Let's get a hero. Right up along this wall. And then get a Rhode Island Z. Put it right here. That leaves a path out that way and a path out that way. And do I want to try and fill this space? Nah, I'm just going to leave that. That's a pretty big wide open space there as you come in. But I think if I filled it in, everything would feel a little too claustrophobic. So I'm just going to let it be. Oh. This is so exciting. The island code is in the description of this live stream. So if you want to come PvP in here even right now, while I'm building, go for it. You know, watch it build live, in-game. Don't even have to watch the stream. I am so thrilled with how this is turning out. I mean, just look. Look at how crazy this is. I want to make a PvP mode that takes place just in here, like a tournament mode. Maybe a last man standing, or something like that. Start everybody in the middle. And give like a 10-second timer, right? And you scatter. Get 10 or 15 people in here, make it really, really compact and tight. I would block off this ramp, but I would leave these things too tall still, so if you had a jump potion, you could maybe jump up on top of these and just skip along across the top of them. That's going to be super dynamic. But then just do a last person standing, and like, you know, you get that 15 seconds to run around, and then it's just everyone for themselves. Whoever's still alive at the end. I could really dig that. I really dig this whole thing. If this was all of Eternaland right here, I would be so stoked. The fact that this is just one tiny little corner is utterly insane to me. One thing that I'm super sad about, and devs, please allow me to hear the sound around my fly camera when I'm building. I really like to hear the thunks and the crashes of placing things and destroying them. It really makes makes building more tactile. And for the stream's sake, I think it would be good because it's not just my voice filling the space. You would have this other stuff going on that would sort of keep people focused in on what's happening and not just focused in on what I'm saying. Because as interesting as the words coming out of my mouth are, this game is way more interesting. Ooh, finally a Smash Boy that didn't just like jack everything up. Nice. Is the Cleveland Z the one I want? I think so. Get a Cleveland Z right in here. Bango. And can I get a Rhode Island Z in here? I don't want to put another Smash Boy, but something's got to go in this space. Let's see if I can get a Blue Ricky. Nope, not an Orange Ricky. Blue Ricky. Let's see. I'm pretty sure a Smash Boy will go in here. But I would prefer a Ricky. I don't think it's going to happen. The Smash Boys just don't compete nearly as much with the other pieces for space. Oop. Okay. I don't like putting two pieces quite so close together that are the same, although I imagine I've done it more than once. I have tried to... Yeah, there's two pieces that are exactly the same. They're right next to each other right there. It's funny that it kind of all came to a head right at the same point, and I started mashing similar pieces together. That's pretty hilarious. Let's get an Orange Ricky. This has taken a lot of building pieces to make. But I still have, 6,000 building pieces left to go. I'm going to have at least 5,500 or so when I'm all finished with this. I think a Tiwi right here is the play. And then an orange Ricky again. Go right here. Then, how much more space do we have? We don't have a ton of space left. We're getting there. Let's see, what do we got here? What kind of space are we working with? Going back into this corner, I want Cleveland Z that I can place right here because I want to block off from that straight here. And then coming further back, I want a Tiwi right here to sort of isolate this corner a little. Let me get rid of some of these lights. I don't know if they were the problem. They could have been. Let's get a Tiwi in. Okay. Plunk that Tiwi down. Now back here, can we get a hero rocking this backside? Is that not? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's the hero rocking the back. And then I want an orange Ricky right here. Loading up this space. Helping to isolate that corner. We are almost done. I cannot even believe it. Let's get a blue Ricky. Insufficient materials. No way. I only have 5,000 astral sand left? I had like 1,000,000. Holy cow. What in tarnation? Alright, well we're gonna have to go back to my season play. I have like an infinite amount of deviated vegetables. I'm about to get like 2 or 3 million astral sand right now. I can't believe I just spent like 500,000 astral sand building this. That's bonkers. Alright. They are not... oh, there we go. 37 of those, a bunch of these, 16 of these. Look at all this deviated veg. I am the ultimate farmer. You don't even realize. Some tomatoes. Some more deviated, but deviated mushrooms. I don't even need those. Alright. Ooh, I have a mail. Delay in cross-character paid content sharing for the same account. Upholstered storage chest. Okay. I might be using that literally right this minute. Or for that tournament at least. I don't want to be dying. So let's go into the inventory. Let's drink one of my Maltails. Can't be getting insanity. Let's go over here. Oh, look at all them deviated veggies. Let's go gather some of these bad boys up. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 deviated cucumbers. And then we're gonna go sleep in my bed. Sleep in my bed. And fill up my health. Oh, you know what? I've got some Starcrum too. I should whack some moles real quick. Just for funsies. I'm working on this bounty hunter. Oh no, I don't have any Starcrum. This one, I got some Starcrum recently. Maybe it was on a different character. Whatever. Time to go back to the eternaland. So let's face it, eternaland is better anyway. I don't think you all understand just how much I love eternaland. I absolutely see no reason. Oh, okay, now when I come back, it's trying to give me all this astral sand back. So I'm back up to 85k from things that I destroyed and stuff. Because this isn't my eternaland, or... yeah, because this isn't my eternaland, I have to leave and come back to get the things that I destroyed. It doesn't do it all the time. When you're in your eternaland, it gives it back to you immediately. But when you're in somebody else's, it waits until you log out and log back in of the eternaland. Is what I have deduced from my experience thus far. Woohoo! 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 Aww. So this is what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna be down here, in the thick of it, running around. We're gonna put red lights or wall lights or something spooky. And you're just gonna be running around down here. Wow. All kinds of places to hide. Different pathways to be covered. Oh my god, this is gonna be the best. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. You know what I might need to do? Is put some traps. I don't know how people would feel about that. When I put out my long-form video today, I might ask for some comments about whether or not traps would be welcome or incredibly annoying. But wow. Just wow. From down here, it looks so cool. This is wonderful in every way. Alright, let's sell all my deviated veggies. Get them tomatoes. 10k each. Now we're looking at these corns, 8k each. Look at these beets, 8k each. Look at these cabbages. These saffrons, 10k each. Cucumbers. Oh. Mushies. Look at that, already up to 1 million. $1.7 million. This is why it is very much the responsibility of the hardcore community, right? The people who are always online, the streamers, people who spend all day, every day playing. It is 100% our responsibility to create these environments because it's expensive. That astral sand, I mean, I sold all those deviated vegetables, but that's days worth of deviated vegetables. And that builds maybe 2 or 3 spaces this size with this many structures in here. Now granted, most of my spaces won't have this many structures. This space is very excessive, but in order to build this, in order to build that theme park that I'm building, I'm going to need millions and millions and millions of astral sand and astrolite. And I can get those things because I play all the time. But if you don't play all the time, if you don't have a good farm set up, right, and I'm going to build a farm on one of my eternalands that is just, like, enormous. I may actually make an eternaland specifically for farming and put all 9,000 structures that you can build as planters, and then just fill them all up with all the different crops, and then open it to everybody. And it'll just be a community garden for Eternaland. And the rule will be that whatever you pick, you plant. Right? So you go in there and you find some things that you need, or you see some deviated crops or something like that, and you go and you pick them, and then you'll automatically get the seed back for it, and then you just plant it right back in the same spot. And it won't be an optimized garden, right? It's not going to have all the perfect watering and all the perfect sunlight and all that stuff, but there will be 9,000 crops growing. And then anybody in NA can just go over there, pick a bunch of crops, sell it all, get their astral sand, and hopefully that will help us to be able to build more islands like this so that we can have more fun, dynamic play spaces. The seasonal play in this game, I think, is phenomenal. I think they did a great job with pacing. I think the fact that they structured it into the phases is wonderful. But because of that, players that play all the time don't have enough stuff to do to keep them occupied all the time. And that's why these Eternalands are so important. Because building them gives us something to do, but also coming to them and enjoying them gives us something to do. And so if you're sitting around in your base and you're thinking, man, I'm really bored, I really wish there was something to do, either come to my Eternaland and PvP some fools, or go to your Eternaland and build something to share with the community that they can use to have a more dynamic and fun time themselves. Because this stuff is forever, right? If I wasn't planning on changing this build every week, right? If I just built out this island one time and then just left it, that would still be an incredible amount of replayable content. Honestly, changing things every week might be too much, just because not everybody who wants to experience the build might have a chance to do it within a week. I might have to stretch it, and well, that's why I'll just do one biome at a time, because that will just give more opportunity for that. But you know, if you build something and then you put it out to the community to come and use, it could take months before everybody is so used to it and so done with it that it's no longer getting enough playtime to be viable to just leave as is. If you want people on your island, you know, you might have to change it up or something. And that was a really wonky placement there. I should tear it down. I'm going to leave it. And then the last thing, we're just going to put a Smash Boy in the corner here. And I think that is everything. I think we're covered. That is insane. Holy cow. How is this game so far? This game is destroying my life. I'm in Eternaland right now, and if you look into the description of this video, Vinny, you'll see the island code for my Eternaland. So if you're a North American player, you can come to my Eternaland using that island code. This is the cave on the Eternaland, and I'm building this Eternaland for PvP. It's a free-for-all PvP system. You can't team up in Eternaland, but I've got PvP turned on. You can use any weapon you want. And I just built out this cave. We made all of the different Tetris pieces, and then we saved those as buildings, as single structures. And then we came in here and we placed them down and created this insane maze inside of this cave that stretches this entire cave. And now people can come in here and run around and fight each other inside this crazy maze. And this is just one. I'll show you what the rest of the Eternaland looks like. I gotta go back to my body. But you can see this place is huge, right? I'm tiny. And this cave is enormous. And then we come out here. The rest of Eternaland stretches out for flippin' ever. It's freaking huge. There's another 10 play spaces, 15 play spaces just as big that I get to build on. So if you're ever bored, I don't even have to be here, right? My Eternaland is always available even when I'm not online. So if you feel like PvPing, I'm going to be building out this entire space with structures and, I'm going to build a Coliseum. Actually, I might not be the one building the Coliseum. It might be somebody else. If you have structures that you would like to see placed in here, let me know. And you can bring them in, and I'll save them, and I'll, put a couple of copies around or something. But we're just going to build out this whole island. And then every week I'm going to pick an area, and I'm going to completely rebuild that area. So every week there's going to be new space to play. It's going to be epic. Like, super epic. Sorry if I missed your comment. I'm really bad about watching chat. Because there aren't typically a lot of people. Yeah, I think he left before I even started talking. Oh well. I'm a bad person. Bad content creator. Gotta pay more attention. Okay. Well, that space is all done. And I wish that I could light it. I wish that I had the lighting blueprints to be able to do that. For now, I guess I could just put some of these lights around. It's a little spooky, a little eerie. They don't quite go all the way up. I don't know why these ones don't get in the way. It's not perfect lighting. This is not going to be the final form for lighting in this cave. I will be using the wall-mounted lights and the red lights. Or maybe just the red lights, or just the wall-mounted lights, I don't know. But that is going to be happening. This is not what I want the lighting to be. But it needs to be lit up so that people can actually use it. And so that I can make a video about it. So we're just going to float these lights, because floating lights are cool. And one day, there will be better lights. I am dead serious. If anybody has the red light BP, if anybody has the red light BP or there's probably enough natural light there, or the wall-mounted light BP, and you want to come and be in charge of the lighting in this zone, don't worry about, whether or not you'll do a good enough job. You absolutely will do a good enough job. I'm like the biggest noob when it comes to building in the entire world, and this looks freaking awesome. If I can do it, you can too. I will never give you disparaging comments about, stuff that you come and do for the community. If you're gonna take time out of your time to help make something that is entirely for the community better, then it doesn't matter how good or bad you are. It's literally the thought that counts. So, if you would be interested in coming and setting up some lights, spending a little astral sand, I'll give you the astral sand. I can just make you a bunch of foods and give them to you, and you can sell them and get your astral sand back. Don't care. Or eventually I'll get the blueprints and I'll change the lights. It's not really a big deal. I just kind of want to see it all happen sooner rather than later. Because this entire experience is really interesting to me. I'm so excited about having people in here and watching PvP happen, and just people being able to do things and stuff and things. Just having a single person come in yesterday, the only person I've seen in here yet, and there might have been other people in here, like I'm not in here all the time, but the only person I've seen You know, and getting to interact with that person, and them getting to kind of see what's going on and have that same aha moment that I had of, oh my goodness, this really can be kind of a huge thing. And immediately, as soon as they started realizing what could be done, they started throwing out ideas. Like, hey, we could do this, or this could happen, or, you know, we could build this arena, and it was just this instant light bulb, and it was so much fun to watch. And then, you know, they kicked my butt with a crossbow, and that was super cool. And then they beat me in a race in my own roller coaster. So that was super cool. And yeah, just a super duper awesome experience to have. I think that's probably enough lighting. It's far from perfect, but it'll keep things creepy enough. For everybody to just be running around shooting each other. There are some really dark spots I kind of like. You know, you could, if you had an invisibility cloak, nobody would see you right here. You'd be invisible. Some of it's really bright, some of it's really dark. Most of it's really bright. I probably just need to go brighten up that one spot, but I'm just gonna leave it. Who cares? You can't control everything. Sometimes you just gotta let whatever happened happen. I'm really happy with this. I think this is the end version of this build. Except for the lighting. Did I get all the way back in here? Yeah, okay, I did. What a wild ride. Looking at this, it kind of reminds me of old school RPGs, like way back in the day, where you would have dungeon crawler RPGs, where you would like press forward and you would move through these corridors, and then you press right to turn right, go down another corridor, and you totally get lost. This is what that reminds me of. I can't wait to see some people just get totally lost in here. Such an exciting experience. I don't really know what else to do with the stream today. I thought this was going to take a lot longer, making these Tetris pieces and then duplicating them saved a serious amount of time. Like, a serious amount of time. There's obviously something off with the lighting. You know, you get these super bright lighting effects sometimes. And so, I don't know. That's not really something I can fix. Oh. Lights take 2 territory standing points. So you can't have nearly as many lights as you can other stuff. That's interesting. Hey, take note. If you gotta light up a space, it's gonna be expensive on your territory points. That's okay. I'm into it. I'm with it. We still have 5,000 territory points to build with. And that doesn't include probably tearing down most of what I've already put up, which is about another 1,000 points. So we've actually got about 5,000 points, or 6,000 points to play with to get the rest of this built up. Which is fantastic. Something I do need to do is I need to fish. Because I need to catch a bunch of fish for my tournament. Because I want to put fish in the crates. Speaking of, let's take a look at storage facilities. We just got that crate. Is it a skin? Or... looks like it is, but it says I haven't unlocked it. Did I maybe get like a chest that I open to get the skin? Or was it maybe a single instance of the skin? Oh, no, that's a facility. I want to see if any of these are... blueprints. Formulas. Doesn't look like it. And I can't find whatever this item was either. Should have paid closer attention to what was going on. Maybe it belongs to one of the other storage structures. Doesn't look like it. That's definitely the skin. It went up into this. Maybe I have to log out, log back in, and then it'll show up. But just kind of an explainer of what I'm gonna do for this tournament, and I'll put out just specifically a video about the tournament, how to sign up. I'm gonna set up a Discord for that and everything before I put the video out. And I may actually cut this stream a little short today, specifically so that I can have more time to set up that Discord and do that video, because I want to get that out so that people can start signing up, so that we can start thinking about a drawing. I was originally going to do teams and just let it be friendly fire, but I've actually decided that I think solo is going to be easier and a lot more entertaining for those of us watching. So normally when you spawn right here, and I think this is a great spot to start. I'm going to build like a giant fence or some sort of area around this area that will say, hey, no PvP inside of this area. It'll have to be done on the honor system, but I think we can trust people to do that. And if we can't, then I'll come up with a better way to stop PvP from happening in certain areas. And then what's going to happen is everybody will either have to have no spawn points in their eternaland, which means that their default respawn point will be here, or they need to put a respawn point here so that they can spawn back in this area when they die. And then as crates get further away from this point and get more difficult to find, then they will have higher tier fish in them, and those fish will count for more points. So common fish will be 1 point, uncommon fish will be 2, rare fish will be 3, epic fish will be 4. And I don't think there are any legendary fish. Or maybe, no, there are legendary fish, you just have to go to the fishing event for them. So I might go do the fishing event and get some of those. And those will be 5, so it'll be 1 to 5 points. And then I also think that to focus people on PvP in certain places, I'm going to make like some pedestals that have those legendary fish in the chests on top of these pedestals and light them up real bright and make them real obvious. Put like neon signs or something pointing at them like, hey, there's a legendary fish chest right here. And maybe even make those worth 10 points instead of just 5, so that they're really, really worth it. And then everybody will fight over those chests. And then the match will go for 15, 20, 30 minutes. I haven't decided the time limit yet. But the match will go for duration, and then I'll call it. And then we'll check everybody's inventory. Or actually, I'll probably just have each person like line up and come up to me. It'll be difficult. It'll be like herding cats. But I'll have each person come and drop me all their fish, and then I'll count up their points. And whoever wins will maybe get all the fish. And the reason I say get all the fish and why that would actually be a good prize is if you open up your order menu here. I've already done my 6 this week, but you can do 6 of these orders, and they keep refreshing, and you can infinitely like have them replaced every 15 minutes, right? And so fish are what you turn in for a lot of them. And when you hit this 6 mark, or before you hit this 6 mark, when you have these 6 of 6 available, you get double the astrolite. So that's how I got this almost 5,000 astrolite. And astrolite is what you need to buy all the rocks and these space-time canvases and all the trees and all that stuff to decorate your island. But then you also get astral sand for these orders. You don't get double astral sand for these 6, you just get double astrolite. But then you could also sell the fish for astral sand if you max out your astrolite for the week or whatever. So having all the fish would actually be a pretty cool reward if you were wanting to build an island. You can see I purchased 1 of every single kind of tree, and then I put them all in this grove and made this like super dense forest. And I think that's what I'm gonna do this biome in, is trees. I'm gonna make a super dense forest, and then I think I'm gonna get rid of this big building, and I'm gonna maybe keep this tower, but maybe change it or move it or do something with it. And I'm gonna put some little cottages, like this one. And so we'll have little cottages and trees and all kinds of stuff like that over here. Maybe get some of the big boulders, put big boulders out here. And this one will just be this like open world, but sort of difficult to see through area. And, you know, it'll be good for closer range PvP. And then, you know, just tons of little biomes, right? I'll have this one. There's another good spot to create a biome just over here by the lake. Right, and you've got this whole area with this mountain that goes into this lake that's over here, and I'll probably leave this a little more wide open, and maybe make like a little village. You've got this road that leads all the way around this lake, right? So make like a little village of places with docks that go out into the lake, and then I might even make a couple of little boats or something out here. You know, just little 1x2s. Maybe 2 of them. Maybe one like right here, and one like back in this cove. Something I really want to do. So there's a food, right? The Stargazy pizza. that allows you to swim infinitely. For 30 minutes, you don't lose oxygen while swimming. And there's nothing under the water, really, that I've found in the main world. But I want to come out here and I want to build like a shipwreck or two underneath the water. Because you can go so far with this flight mode, and you can go down under the water, and it's not very dynamic here, but as you get out further into the ocean, there's tons of corals and all kinds of stuff like that. Actually, let's go closer to the water so I can get out a little further so I can show you all. But there's tons of like corals and stuff out here. And so I'd love to build a sunken ship underneath the water. Because you can build underwater, it's no problem. And that could be really cool. And something for people to go explore and find. I'll probably do that off stream, because I don't want people to know where it is. I want it to be kind of a little Easter egg. Maybe I'll even put a sign up inside of it that has a password. And the first person to come give me that password, I'll give them a bunch of food or something like that. Give them a bunch of ammo, give them a bunch of AP ammo for a weapon of their choice. Give them like 1,000 rounds or something. Or not necessarily a number of rounds, but a number of fabrications. So like, you know, SMGs get 120 rounds and rifles only get like 24, or sniper rifles only get like 24. So maybe it'll be like 50 fabrications or something. However many rounds that ends up being. Oops. Well, that was kind of cool. If you roll towards the water, you kind of dive in. Just because of the way the roll looks. Ha! That's sweet. I like that. But we go look around, and maybe they didn't make the corals in Eternaland. I haven't really explored the water out here. But in the main game, there's corals and stuff all over the place. Yeah, it doesn't look like they did it here in Eternaland. I would like to see them then add corals to the things you can build for Astrolite. That'd be super cool, because the underwater area, the ocean of the seasonal play, is really, really good. And I would like to see that expressed here in Eternaland also. But I don't know how expensive that would be as far as processing power and stuff. And then this over here, I was talking about, I was making that marble, like, mini fortress. And I was going to save it. And use it for structures out here. This is just kind of a flat spot, and it's kind of out of the way. So I thought I might use this for building some of my structures. And then just saving them and moving them into the main area. But it's a relatively small space. I'll put some windows and stuff in it. I'm going to maybe make it 2 stories. And then maybe in these back corners put kind of small towers that you may or may not even be able to get up into. I don't know. We'll do something with that. And it's going to have a big fence around it. So I've got the fence saved in my blueprints. So let's take a look at that. And we just fly away. Fly, 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 fly. Oh, it's not wanting me to do that because it's too close, so I'm going to have to build this as a single unit. So I'm going to have to tear this down. Why is this not building anywhere? Oh, there it goes. So the goal was just to make this, like, super high. And then you just have this, like, marble fence. These are just foundations. So these are the fan foundations, and then the quarter foundations raised as high as they could get. And that's how I made the fence. And then I was just going to put that around this building. And make, like, this little fortress. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. So for now, at least, I think we're gonna call the live stream. What have we been streaming for? Yeah, 4 hours. It's the shortest live stream I've done so far, and I don't want to make that a habit, but in light of the fact that I have so much preparation to do with making that Discord channel and prepping for this tournament I want to do next week, and I've got a couple of videos that need to go out today, and I just need to take the time and do those. I really sort of need to shut down the stream now and get to work on doing that. I think I'm gonna just continue to do most, if not all, of my building on stream. I really enjoy feeling like I'm collaborating with others as I learn how the pieces fit together and stuff. I don't know how interesting those things are as streams. It may turn out that that's a really boring way to stream and that I should do something else. But for now I'm enjoying it, so I'm going to keep doing it that way. And then I'll keep, just putting out long-form videos that are, 5 to 15 minutes, explaining the things that I've built and some of the stuff I'm trying to do with the eternalands. So that people can watch those shorter videos to understand why this is happening instead of exactly what's happening. And I think that'll just kind of be the format for my channel going forward, at least for the time being. And then I'll put out shorts. The shorts do pretty well. They get a lot of people viewing the channel, and that's important. So we'll put out shorts about especially riding the rides that I create on the other Eternaland. Seem to do really, really well. And that suits a short form content very well, so I'll probably keep doing that. But yeah, I want to thank everybody who came out. Vinny, sorry, I don't think I answered your question while you were still here, but thanks for throwing up something in the chat. Thanks for everybody who's subscribed over the course of the last couple of days, who's subscribed since I started. You all have been so phenomenal. I have gotten so much quality support from the people who have subscribed so far. They go out of their way to find my videos, to watch them all the way through, to get that watch time and those view numbers up. And it is truly, truly incredible. I'm so grateful for that. So thank you all so much. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your day.